Alright then.
Alright then. Good to see you. Stay out of the catacombs, they're more
Hey.
dangerous than usual lately. You guys have nothing to say about the burning of Defiance Bay? As you cross the bridge, Aloth draws up beside you. The fires of Defiance Bay cast a shivering, flickering light across one half of his face. The other is in darkness.
Please stop. I need to tell you something.
Go ahead.
I have not been entirely honest about my motives for traveling with you up to this point. When I finished my training in Adir, I was introduced to an organization. All I knew was that they were opposed to the unchecked spread of animancy, and that they could guarantee me postings far away from the Seathwood my father and his earl. At that time, it was enough. In the early years, I thought of them as many things. Hooded men, prudent teachers, the Leaden Key. Their rules were strict, but their guidance was clear. I sincerely believe they wanted to keep Kith from the folly of their own foolish ambitions. I came to the Deerwood a little over a year ago. My orders were to gather information on animancy in the region.
Ooh, this is getting interesting.
A senior contact met with me every few months to receive my reports and issue new leads. She sent me to Gilded Vale to keep an eye on events surrounding the local lord, but I lost track of her shortly after that. I don't know if she was reassigned, killed, or sacrificed the way you saw. By the time you met me, I'd been on my own for a couple of months.
What did you want from me?
I needed some kind of direction. And after that scrape with the locals, I was ready to get out of town. But then you mentioned the hooded figures in the machine, and I was sure you were on the trail of the Leaden Key. And I was correct in a way. What we found wasn't what I expected. I knew the Leaden Key was trying to stop animancy, but I didn't realize how far they'd gone. Murder, sabotage, abandoning entire districts to shambling horrors. And now the whole city is up in flames. I'm still not sure about animancy, but I know I've been following the wrong master. Please, accept my apology, and my service. Let me fight with you to stop Theos.
I forgive you, Aloth, but I want you beside me, not behind me. I'm not asking you to trade one master for another.
That would be an honor.
His voice is solemn and quiet. Before we move on, I'd like to discuss a few things about your parents. Why was your mother gone so often? She was invited to join a and was a landed thane when I was very young. His estate was a 5-day ride from our home in the Seathwood, so that was part of it. He gives you the smallest of frowns. The real issue, however, was my father. Despite his initial agreement with the arrangement, father was never happy with it. He would hound and harangue my mother when she was home. He wanted to know whether she was intimate with the Thane, and no matter how many times she swore she wasn't, it was never enough. As you can imagine, that led to her coming home much less often, even though she still supported us financially. I'm sure she was trying to take care of you in her own way. I believe so. She had an important role managing the Lord Thang's lands and administrative duties, and even though she was away, she provided wealth for us. It sounds like your father had a problem with his temper. He had a problem with my mother's hemming, even though they agreed upon it long ago, that the financial benefits would be considerable, that it was little different from his role as the Earl's steward. It ate at him, and so he drank and raged. When she was home, he raged at her, and when she wasn't, he raged at me. More than anything, he wanted me to become an arcane knight in the service of his Earl. I think he felt this would validate his chosen career and master. He was a firm man. as you saw, but in the end, I became a successful wizard, due in no small part to his strictness. Oh, I'm not sure how to feel about this. Nonsense, you accomplished that on your own, and you would have been fine without him pushing you. Are you so certain? I didn't know what I wanted from my life then. I surely wouldn't have been so focused without a little direction. What's a hang neg? A ceremonial marriage between folk and elf. Because the Adir mainland has historically been split between the two races, we have many institutions that are designed to normalize relations. Our monarchy is headed by folk, but an elven consort rules alongside the reigning Urkonning and or McCune. This is the most prominent example of Haemang. In many cases, a Haemang allows two households to pool resources. Among the aristocracy, Haemangs consolidate power. Sometimes, as in my mother's case, a Haemang is a means for a noble to add another administrator to his or her household. Consorts are received with almost the same level of respect as their noble counterparts, which can be extremely useful. Of course, Haemangs are sometimes used to sanitize an extramarital affair. Oh, yikes. He shrugs. I don't know that it's really any better, but it seems to satisfy common notions of decency. And elf and folk unions are fertile or thorough, which no doubt eases some concerns. That's I really wanted to know. Very well. Oh, I really wanted to do this. How exactly did you come to join the Leaden Key? As it often is with such follies, I was young and directionless. The Leaden Key promised some of the structure I was lacking, and they offered me a future far removed from service to my father's era. I'm sorry for the misreading. Animancy is possibly even more controversial in Adir than it is here. The practice has been outlawed for 600 years, but prohibition as a way of breeding curiosity. The success and relative acceptance that animancy has found here and in the Valiant republics spurred a renewed interest in Adir. The Leaden Key began recruiting more aggressively, and I was in the final period of my training when one of my instructors reached out to me. He shrugs. As I said, it was a welcome departure from my father's plans, and after seeing a few of my colleagues abandon their studies in magic to pursue animancy in the republics, I was convinced that something needed to be done to stop the spread. So now you understand a little more about Asimir. He wrinkles his nose. No thanks to that animancer. My spleen, black bile, come on. Elisage's methods were flawed, but you still learned something, didn't you? Only because you and I have a lick of good sense between us, but the average person, throw them a shiny gadget in the hands of an expert and they will believe anything. Not necessarily. Most people have more sense than that. He raises an eyebrow. You can still believe that after all you've seen? It must be nice, that's all. Oh, Adir wants to talk.
Hey.
Why is the button not working?
Hey.
Oh.
Say what you want about Dear Woodens. They haven't met the problem yet they couldn't solve by killing some scapegoats.
He flashes a hollow smile. You fight for people because you see something there that deserves defending. Even more so because someone you trust sees it too. Then you turn around and they do something like this, and the person who made you want to help them is gone. I don't understand what he's saying. Oh. He's talking about himself. They're doing what they think the gods want of them. It's nice that they mean well, but how can organized murder be their best guess? Although, come to think of it, maybe they're just following Wade Wynn's example. He was purging his own long before Deerwood got the idea. Only he was purging because they weren't Eothasian enough. Never thought I'd find myself missing the hospitality back home.
Right. Hey.
Defiance Bay is off limits now. Barreling Payday.
Keeps coming along nicely.
900 CP. Oh no, I'm gonna lose money at this rate. Someone wants me to bail them out. Let's see what this is all about. Hello? Hey, I just need a second every time. Hello, greetings, Lord Blazechar, I mean. I was hoping to talk to you. I'm in a spot of trouble. This man's breath stinks of ale. Very well, let's hear it. You call your allies together and motion for the petitioner to step forward. Why does he bring his drink with him? Thing is, I've worked up a few debts in Deerford, and a few other places, more than a few. I haven't got the coin, my lord. I'd pay it off if I could. I was thinking, maybe you'd know of someone looking to hire on, or something. I'm willing to work. Don't worry, I can settle this. I'm not sure, but let's see where this leads. Thank you, my lord. I wasn't sure anybody would care really. This ought to be enough to settle your debts. Gaffel's eyes widen. It sure is. Gods keep you, my lord. I'll set out to Aenos Rest. See about paying out what I owe. Won't they be surprised? Well, I got experience from that. Dang. Maybe I should pay off more people's debts if it means I can just level up. Revive Companion. Oh my goodness, these are so good. Twice per encounter. Oh no. What to choose? Between Driving Flight and Heal Companion. Oh gosh, I don't know. Driving Flight and then Heal Companion will be my next priority. Okay, I acquired the ability. Oh, I don't know what to choose. Fearless, Disciplined Barrage, or Vigorous Defense. Fearless seems really good, but do I really need it so soon? And especially when I have a priest to dispel these effects. So it's either Disciplined Barrage or Vigorous Defense. I mean, a deer is able to survive a lot of stuff thrown at him so far, so might as well give him more damage.
Hey.
Who are you? Ah, it's good you're here. I simply must speak with you, my lord. Very well. Let's hear it. You call for your allies and stride towards your throne. Ding. You're blocking the way. Can you move aside a bit? I need to talk to this guy. As I'm sure you are well aware, wealth has a way of birthing enemies. My fortress is beset by thieves. I'm sure one of the lesser nobles is after my treasury. This has the stink of jealousy upon it. It will be weeks before I can secure my holdings, and by then it will be too late, and I haven't the connections to hire mercenaries on short notice. And so I turn to you, my lord. Is there anything you can do? Make a stand, defend your keep. I don't have the resources, my lord. My forces are spread thin. I need an army. You'll have the support from the Crucible Knights. That should be more than enough to fend off these thieves. Hello, Tomek Games. Welcome to my stream. What game is this? This game is called Pillars of Eternity. I'm addicted to this game right now. That's why I've been streaming this day after day. But I really should get back to Battletech, maybe next Monday. I hope you enjoyed the gameplay. Yeah, nothing like a bunch of knights in shiny armor to defend a keep. Thank you, Lord Blazechar. That's bound to do the trick. I can't wait to see those ruffians scatter. Hydric bows low. More stuff. I like just tactic RPG. I like RPGs, yeah. And I also like tactics games. Wait, this is pretty good. And it's a level 1 power. Well, let me see if I can get a level 5 spell first. Maybe these are really good. Wild Instincts. Oh, this is a nice debuff. I can AoE Dominate. Wow. Okay, I want this. Okay, I'm just gonna take these 2 spells.
Hey.
I'm just gonna make you the resident lore master. Oh, level 5 spells. Free spell is nice. I'm just gonna give this guy lots of damaging spells. Oh, spell mastery. A cantrip. I can get cantrips. Wow. I like cantrips. I thought I dealt with these guys already. What else do I need?
You walk your path, I'll walk mine.
Let's boost up Akani. And then...
Ready, Watcher.
Wait, what level are you? Level 8. Oh, she's falling behind. Oops. Not good.
Farewell.
May Wal watch your step. Fine. Hey.
Stalwart Village, here we go. The party is considered high level for the content in the White March. If you would like, the critical path can be increased in difficulty to give you more of a challenge. The reward you receive will be the same regardless of the option you choose. Your choice cannot be changed when it has been selected. Oh, thanks. I'm just gonna pick the low level path since this game is really hard already. Maybe some easier difficulty would do me good. Standard.
set out for Stalwart. The White March rises up in the distance, stretching to the north and south as far as the eye can see. It beckons to you with peaks like broken fingers. The road thins to a tattered ribbon, and the shadow of the mountains falls across your path. You've barely begun your climb when the darkening sky pummels you with hailstones and turns the ground beneath you to ice. You press on. The air grows thin, and the treacherous mountain passes funnel screeching winds past your ears. A blizzard forces you to make camp for 3 days, huddling for safety while snow piles around your refuge. At last the weather clears, and you approach Stalwart under a crisp blue sky. There's a noise, high and sharp, coming from the village that sounds at first like another frozen gale. But when you top the rise and reach the village's wooden gates, you see what lies beyond them.
What do I see though?
It's Darthier with a whole pack of them.
We can take these bastards!
Oh gosh. I'm going to die.
How may I help?
Oh gosh, that guy's a gunner. Knock this fella down. Whoa. This guy's using a cannon as a gun. Yikes. Who said you could stand back up? Oh, I guess you can say that.
Following your lead.
That's it!
Hey,
Of course the worms arrived too late. Wait. What is going on?
hey.
Ooh.
Brave thou Silas dearly.
That's it! I shall deal with this one.
Hey,
Ooh, loot. Neat. A Winter Wolf. Hold your position. Knock this guy down. Attack. Oh, that guy's dead already.
Of course. Hey.
Borrowed Instinct. Let's go.
It feels sharp as
Hey.
Oh. Where did these guys come from? Hold the line. Knock down this guy. Knock down that guy.
how bad.
Attack. Oh. Why is this guy not taking damage? Never mind, that's a lot of damage.
Hey.
We need help.
This way! Stand back! Reinforcements are here!
What the heck? That's too many of them. No, stay away from me. Knock down this fool.
Hey.
Your thoughts must flow deep.
yours. Hey.
Everything's on fire. Oh. Move in so your chanting can have an effect.
That's it.
Oh, that's their war leader. Oh, fudge. Bring this guy down. Who's not attacking? Back.
Let's go.
Why are you not casting the spell? There we go. Round. I want to test this ability out. Oh, what the heck is that AoE knockdown?
Following your lead.
Finish this guy off, please. Oh shoot. This guy's dying.
My mind feels sharp. Thirsty.
Hey.
Thank you.
It makes you easy.
Oh shoot, they've turned hostile again.
Following your. Let's. Let's burn this away. Darthir's fallen. Back to the matron now.
You're the one Renna Guild sent for. You'll want to speak with you. Her house is just up the way, next to the Graf's Rest. The messenger pants, waving smoke away from his face.
Katie's house is burning!
Of course.
Help! The hut's coming down!
How do I help? Why are you crying and laughing?
Hey,
That guy looks like he's laughing. You see a middle-aged woman and a younger man locked in an argument. Both were clothes streaked with blood and dirt. The young man turns to the woman, a fresh cut visible below his eye.
They've destroyed the stockade, Mother. It's...
Enough. They're gone.
She holds up a hand, which is missing the final joint of the ring finger, but it's her voice, sharp and steely, that silences the young man. As he glowers at his toes, she turns to you with dark circles under her eyes and a smile pulled taut across her thin lips.
Ah, the champion of Defiance Bay. Must have been a long journey. Well, I'm sure you wagered on a more civilized welcome. Still, we're much obliged for your capable intervention.
She shoots the young man a brief but stern glare. He pulls a knife from his belt and an apple from his pocket and sets to work. It was no trouble. I'm here to help however I can.
Then perhaps you can help us find something.
She folds the page in her hand with a quick and merciless pinch.
Stalwart isn't much more than a grease stain on a map. What roads we've got in the White March are basically tracks in the snow. And for every trader or adventurer that comes through, 3 of our own leave for good. But it weren't always so. There was a time when kings and queens sent their firstborn to these mountains, when the White March was the envy of empires.
Her eyes shine, and for an instant she looks like a much younger woman. How the mighty have fallen. That's all in the past.
The Pargrin dwarves transformed the White March once. We could bring some of that greatness back to Stalwart. But we need the White Forge.
He raises the map and taps a spot in the middle of a white and gray expanse. Never heard of it.
Of course. Been over 200 years since anyone's felt so much as a summery breeze near it.
She smooths the crescent map.
I'm hoping you can do something about that.
She ignores the young man, who shakes his head at the crackling logs. How so?
We've been trying to breach Durgan's battery for over a year now. Problem is, the other expeditions can't so much as dent the front door.
She rubs at her fatigue-shadowed eyes. Tell me about these other expeditions.
A dozen different groups have come through at our request, and several more besides. Been hoping that one of them could clear the way through Durgan's battery. But young or old, green or seasoned, it don't seem to matter. They cast their spells, chisel at the door, and search the grounds until they've worn new treads into the old stone. The lucky ones eventually go home. Plenty more find themselves on the wrong side of a blizzard, or an ogre raiding party.
Why the sudden interest in the White Forge?
We're an old mining town. Or we were until the Adirans pulled out and left us with a half-dug mine shaft and something resembling an inn.
She thumps the sturdy wooden wall with her fist.
Since then, it's been a steady decline. You've seen the roads. Isn't much we can produce that the Valians can't ship cheaper. But the White Forge, well, if we could fire it up again and start producing Durgan steel, or something close to it, wouldn't matter if we're in the White March or the Living Lands, business would come.
She folds her arms and gives you a stiff nod. The young man says nothing, but he tosses a sliver of the apple peel into the fireplace. And that's why you need my help.
That's the long and short of it. We're laborers and fisherfolk, not adventurers. But Durgan steel could put Stalwart on the map again. Open up the mines, bring in new business. We just need the White Forge.
Why is Durgan's steel so special?
Because you can shave stone with it, cleave cast iron in two, and the stuff's as rare as it is remarkable.
In her enthusiasm, Renegade shifts on the balls of her feet. She props one bent arm on the other, pointing distractedly toward the eaves of the house. If you had a suit of armor made out of that, bet people would get tired of trying to stab you after a while and just give up.
If we could make something even half as good, we'd have a market at our doorstep and work enough for all of Stalwart.
For a split second, her gaze flickers to Eldrick. How is it no one's gotten into Durgan's battery yet?
Where should I start? Ogres, blizzards, or sheer damned inaccessibility?
She takes the items off on her fingers.
It ain't for lack of trying, I'll tell you that much. Got untold riches in Durgan steel lying just inside, and never mind the White Forge itself. The Adirans who first settled Stalwart tried to crack it. So did the Valians, and every other cocky adventurer with more metal than sense.
She folds her arms, shaking her head at a pitted floorboard.
But the place has a funny way of sealing itself up. Front door stays shut, the tower entrances are clogged with rubble, and it's been impossible to blast a way in.
Renegade trails off, and for a moment the room is silent but for the popping and crackling of the fire. What happened to Durgan's battery?
It don't bear dwelling on. There's too many superstitions about that place as it is.
She waves her mangled hand in a broad crescent, averting her gaze.
Killed each other off. Or so the old books say.
He glares at Renegade through hooded eyes.
Plenty of tales to go around, but none of them open the battery. And the last thing people need is another reason to fear the place.
Kith do enjoy their ghost stories, though the Glenfathans take theirs very seriously.
Whatever it was, the other Pargrin dwarven settlements in the White March, Bone Picker, the Hawk, and the rest, emptied out not long after, moved to gentler, greener lands.
Had the right idea, if you ask me.
I don't see why you need the White Forge to make good steel.
Finally, someone talking sense.
He raises his knife and half-peeled apple to the fire in a dramatic gesture of exasperation.
Durgan steel wasn't just good. It was some of the best. We need the best if we're going to keep Stalwart alive.
He glares at Eldrick even while she speaks to you.
No one alive today has seen the White Forge, but the old stories tell that it was powerful, glowed white-hot, and gave off a steady, even heat, unlike any other furnace. Let better-schooled folk puzzle over how the thing was built. I just want to see it put to use.
Tell me about the Pargrin dwarves.
Pargrin's a word in their language. Means traveler. They've been wanderers for generations, but I couldn't tell you much more.
Alright, any idea of where I should begin?
The battery's up the mountain to the north. A good hike away.
She jerks her head in the direction of the slope behind the house.
Near Galvino's place, huh?
Eldrick says it in a breezy tone, but Renegade falls suddenly silent, consternation hardening on the lines of her face. He smiles and draws his knife across the apple again.
So it is. Though I was going to suggest dealing with that ogre camp before anything.
She compresses her thin lips into a frown. Who's Galvino?
Mestre Galvino, as the old crosspatch prefers it, lives by himself and keeps the wilder and beasts at bay through sheer foulness of his temper.
She means to say he's a skilled smith and animancer, who's lived in the shadow of Durgan's battery for over a decade.
He looks over his shoulder at you and Renegade. And by Animancy's flimsy standards, that makes him an expert, does it? He folds his arms.
And he butters his bread on both sides and fits his left shoe before his right. But that's neither here nor there.
She crosses her arms and crumbles the page in one tightening fist. You seem flustered all of a sudden. Did he do something to anger you?
Me and the rest of the town. He knows better than to linger at our gates.
What happened with Galvino?
Old lunatic finally went too far. And we sent word to the Valiant Academies. I don't like speaking on it, but if you want to get his guff, just remind him that we gave him the boot.
I see.
Ain't nobody here fond of the man, but he's a clever hand and a quick study. It's a fool who thinks he stayed so close to the battery without figuring something about it.
You said as much to the last party, and we haven't seen hide nor hair of him since. Maybe they didn't run afoul of Baragon's ogres after all.
He raises a gray eyebrow at him. Aldrich shrugs and turns back to the fire.
Just watch your step. Galvino's place is a ways east of the battery, and folk who pass it bring unsettling tales.
Tell me about the ogre camp.
Belongs to Flames That Whisper, Matron Baragon's clan. Hunters tell me they've been active of late.
Hunting elk and otherwise minding their own damn business.
He pops an apple wedge into his mouth and chews it aggressively.
Minding their own business. Never mind the latest expedition's disappearance or the broken stockade.
He pinches the bridge of her nose, squinting.
I'm saying we shouldn't agitate him further.
He makes to toss another slice of peel into the fire, but he fumbles and drops his knife. He bends to pick it up, cursing. What about this matron have to do with anything?
The brawl outside was just the latest patch of trouble. The ogre clans are getting bolder, and we'll all sleep easier knowing they aren't circling our walls. Also, Baragons like to have whatever the last expedition found. Rumor has it they disappeared near her turf.
Who's Baragon? She crosses her arms and looks over to Aldrich.
Killing a matron will only make our problems worse. The way to approach Baragon is with your hands held high.
If anyone could parley with an ogre, I suppose it'd be you. But they aren't known for their patience with prattle.
Got it.
Good. Before you leave town, stop by the Grave's Rest. Most visitors to Stalwart spend some time there, so Hafric and his patrons may be able to give you the lay of the land.
Don't know about you, but I'm parched all of a sudden. Actually, I want to ask you about something.
What's on your mind? The Pargrin dwarves guarded it like a mother bear. It's a wonder we know as much as we do. What's on your mind?
I want to know more about Stalwart.
Adir founded us back in their colonial days to supply ore to the Empire. Saw a fair bit of traffic from both sides of the White March then.
He rubs the nub of her shortened ring finger.
But after the Deerwood claimed independence, Defiance Bay found cheaper places to get ore. Didn't have much reason to maintain our supply routes.
Isn't Stalwart part of the Deerwood?
Officially. Though with the state the roads are in, you wouldn't guess it.
Tell me some of the more important places around town.
Here in the center? Let's see. The Grave's Rest is next door. Hafric can set you up with a room and a hot meal there. The fishery's just on the edge of the lake, and the Temple of Andra is next to it. No one keeps a secret like Lavda. Or so I'm told. A few folk live in this part of town, too. Seemed a lot safer before the ogres broke through the western gate. Thiersch lives next to the old mine shaft, and Tana, the old mine overseer, is next door to me.
What do you do here?
I'm the mayor. Or so I'm reminded every time there's a game shortage, ogre attack, or a neighborly dispute. I'm a builder by trade, though. Traveled all over Air Glonfoth and the Deerwood in my younger days, but ended up back here anyway.
He gives you a vague smile that's gone as quickly as it appears.
What's on your mind? They didn't volunteer much, and I knew better than to ask. I've seen all types charging through here. Professional companies with shiny new equipment as brazen as you please, and hopeless runts with nothing but tattered leathers. But these folk, I don't know what they were after, and the way they looked at you made you feel cold all over.
She shakes her head as if dislodging a bad dream.
Wish I could tell you more.
Perhaps we'll find more in the battery itself, yes? He nods at you with a guarded look.
What's on your mind?
Oh well.
Hey.
Been looking everywhere for you.
Of course.
The man is sweating despite the cold. He opens his mouth to speak, but all that comes out is a loud hacking cough. He bends forward, bracing his hands on his tight thighs while he heaves and gasps. After a lengthy duration, he raises a finger, still panting. Oh, Hafric's fault. Damn fool sent me to the other side of town, looking for you. At last he stands again. He wipes his dripping brow with the back of his hand, and then offers that hand you in greeting. Take his hand. Pleasure to meet you. I'm the captain of the militia around here. Nice to meet you. I wanted to catch you before you went running off to the wilds. See, there's a few dangerous folk you might be on the lookout for. Plus, if you're heading out to Long Watch Falls, I thought you could pick up a thermal pearl for me. He looks away and twists the toe of his boot into the snow. You want me to find a thermal pearl for you? That's the thing. I already found it. I just need someone else to go out and get it. Saw it in the hot springs up near Long Watch Falls. Would have grabbed it myself, but that's when I looked around and saw the Lagufeth. Must have been 50 of them. He spreads his arms wide. I would have fought, but I started to wonder what the rest of Stalwart would do without me, so I ran, for the sake of the village, of course. What is a thermal pearl anyway? They form in the hot springs, something to do with all the minerals in the water. Smells kinda funny, but they're full of minerals. Just have to crumble them into a pint. He grins and notices that his gums are bleeding. They cure scurvy. Like I said, the pearls in one of the thermal pools near Long Watch Falls shouldn't be hard to spot. Tell me more about the Long Watch Falls. It's east of Stalwart. Got some nice views of the valley, but most folk avoid it these days. Plenty of water nearby, and it only takes a few inches of snow to block the pass. If you're heading out that way, I'd suggest talking to Thirsik. He might have something to help you deal with the Lagufeth. That's all I needed to know. Stop by Thirik's place before you leave town. His is the house next to the mines. He's a veteran hunter who knows the wilds better than anyone. You said something about dangerous folk in the wilderness. We get our share of crazies out here. Most of them aren't even from the village. He laughs at his own joke. Latest groups I've heard of were the Gleaming Society and the Sisterhood of the Slaked Skull. The Renegade Guild set aside some bounty money to see that these troublemakers were taken care of. You bring me the heads of their leaders and I'll give you the payment. I want to know about the Gleaming Society. Crazy pack of radicals that want to topple government and kill the wealthy. Makes the War of Defiance look like a food fight. Duke Avier and the regent of Riadris both declared them illegal, which is probably the only thing those two would agree on, or would have, before all that murder and mayhem in Defiance Bay. He frowns, scratching the back of his neck. Anyway, check Long Watch Falls to the east. That's where they were last seen. Who leads the Sisterhood of the Slaked Skull? That'll be Meztla. All of the members of the Strong Sisterhood worship Berath. By sending as many folk back to the wheel as they can, he shivers. They've been poking around Durgan's battery, and Whale only knows why. But you can understand why no one around here was pleased to hear about it. Passed through town recently, didn't stay long, but they stopped at the Temple of Andhra. You might see if Lafda knows something. If you come across them, be careful, they're unpredictable. Let's talk about something else. Farewell.
There's little town left, if there was much of one to begin with.
I don't like Durance, he's weak, but his spells are pretty useful.
Looks a little healthier than before.
Yay. Hello, Pedro Martin. Ramos1. Welcome to my stream. Good tidings, my lord. I am Azuro, famed merchant, purveyor of many valuable and, dare I say, rare objects. And so I would like to remain. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Something you'll want resolved as quickly as I'm certain. Very well, let's hear it. You call your allies together in motion for the petitioner to step forward. It's these bandits, my lord. The roads are absolutely crawling with them, and they have the local merchants in a fright. I'm having trouble filling out my stock. My suppliers say the risk is too great. Nobody wants to hear that the fineries sent out for delivery have been stolen by unwashed brigands. If I have no goods to sell, I cannot make a living, nor can I offer you the many special items normally at my disposal. I'll have one of my allies assist you. Marvelous, I'd welcome such assistance. Zagani will accompany you. She can scout ahead and keep an eye out for trouble. We'll keep our ears to the ground, won't we? Itumak. He scratches the fox's head. Zagani will be busy for 10 days. Thank you both. I'll tell the others at once. Such a fine guard should ease everyone's fears. Azuro gives a polite bow. I don't know what to do with myself.
Looks a little healthier than before.
Elegant yet understated. I had no idea.
Half asleep, a tide of deafening whispers assails you, chipping away at your senses, at your mind's understanding of itself. Their roar is louder with each passing night, their attacks more brazen, less confined to your subconscious. A familiar voice fights its way through the din, calling out to you.
Hey! Hey! You gotta stop it with that. Just about punched you to snap you out of it. You were saying things, but there weren't any words I ever heard. You were shaking so hard I thought you'd crack your spine.
What would I do without a friend to punch me?
It was nice to feel needed. I'd evoke you sooner, but I thought it'd be nice for you to be able to close your eyes a bit. Folks don't last long without sleep. You're twitchy these days. Reminds me of Meyerwald more than I'd like. Anything I can do, you just let me know. We're close on this one. Hang on a little longer. We'll get you fixed up.
That's nice.
The keep's coming along nicely.
Is it just me or did my security go down? I'll find it without your help, not giving up, you hear me? Paladin's owl. The dwarf paces with his head down and arms crossed, only stopping to hurl glances at the building behind him. His face is smeared dark with grime, and soot falls from his beard as he mumbles to himself. Work my hands into bloody stomps and displace it for what? He kicks at a mound of dirty snow. Start with nothing, leave with less. He extends his arms out. Who were you yelling at? That idiots, that's who. And I'm as much to blame for believing them. The dwarf wrinkles his nose, nostrils flaring like a horse. Well, good riddance. Should have never settled here in the first place. Some things you mean to leave behind. Come to find out you packed them anyway. But I'm not leaving until I recover what's mine. They can't deny me again. Not after this. Okron gestures at the burnt out buildings. Those sweet-tongued priests took my heirlooms, buried the memory of my past. They said, no, I don't have even that. I take it you gave something of yours to one of Andra's gift-bearers. Okron takes his gaze away from the ground and gives you a sideways glance. You're quick. Wish I had those wits when they spoke of peace and redemption in the eyes of the goddess. Those priests, Andra's dogs, said the goddess would forgive, that some things are best left to be forgotten. He nods towards the nearby temple. Their leader, Lafta, I believed her words, another one of them, a gift-bearer, took my medallion. He closes his stocky hand into a fist. And now they won't tell me where it is. Why won't they tell you? Because they think they know better, that's why. Said it was the only way I'd forget. What did you want to forget about your past? That was a different life, better days, until Okron closes his eyes and shakes his head. Moods of soot fall onto his hunched shoulders. It's my burden to bear, not yours. I thought to cast it away, but the memories I lost were all the wrong ones. What else did you give the priests? The dwarf casts a measuring look at you. He quickly turns his head away and nods. You would understand its value. My armor, a set finer than I've ever seen, but worthless to an old dwarf. I'd have traded it for the medallion, but fool that I was, I gave them both. Maybe there's something I can do. Not the kind of talk that I've grown used to these last few years, I admit. The priests may pretend otherwise, but folks here tend to look only after themselves. I'd be surprised if they returned it willingly. They believe it's a sacred duty to cast the offerings to the goddess in some place where they'll be forgotten. Better to find where they dropped them, I think. What's Lafta's role in all of this? He leads that group of crows. They took over the temple as folks started to leave. Came to unburden those that sought to forget their misery here, they say. Tell me about this medallion you want to recover. It belonged to my sister. It was just a pretty trinket to her. To me, the dwarf casts his gaze down. She was the last of my family. At least that still acted like family to me. Goodbye. I don't expect luck to grace me now, but if you find anything, I'll be here. Count on it. He gives you a vigorous nod. A young man dressed in sturdy leather glares at you. The crest is in his face, tan despite the scarce sunlight of the region. Suffer a slight twitch as you approach him. I've got nothing for you. Speak with Lafta if you must. He turns away, his nose wrinkled. Veins course under the woman's pale skin like icy fissures, yet when she speaks, her voice flows warm and soothing. Andra welcomes you into her embrace. Her features soften into a look of practiced compassion. We're here to ease the pain of your past, ready to take your burdens. With a thin smile, she nods. If you let the goddess help with your hardships, of course. Tell me about Andra. Andros, the goddess of redemption, deep like an ocean and gentle as a mother. She's here to relieve her children of their darkest burdens. We came here to aid the villagers, to heal the wounds of the past that fester in their souls. I thought Andra was the goddess of loss and mourning, not redemption. That's the priestess crosses her arms and shifts her weight. Common notion. Others may believe so, but the goddess's mysteries are profound. Her true power lies in redeeming your loss and regret. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? I want to know about the gift bearers. Gift bearers do Andra's most valued work. They carry the material burdens of unfortunate souls into her embrace, so that the goddess may help them forget. I want to ask you about Okrun's heirloom. The dwarf already asked. We gave him the console he needed. Slight irritation sharpens her tone. She seems to catch herself, modulating her voice back to a pleasant timbre. And naturally, we'll do what we can for you too. Ask what you will. Okrun wants his medallion back. She brings her hands together and nods. Oh, Okrun. How often we let the shadows of the past become a burden even to others. That medallion, it weighs on Okrun's mind. You are kind to help, but what he really needs is to cast away those memories. Isn't that for him to decide? He did. He understood the solace that the goddess can give to those like him. It was explained to him that many have second thoughts, but one does not withdraw something offered to a goddess. In time, the memories fade, and they come to see the wisdom of their original pledge. His belongings, his past. Now rest in Andra's realm, to be forgotten so that the wounds of the soul may heal. This is the will of the goddess. I wonder what the village's leader would have to say about that. You think we don't act in accordance with the local customs? The village knows we're here to help the unfortunate, like Okrun. They trust us. I see there's no changing your mind. No, there isn't, and I hope you realize that it's best to let things be as they are. I heard that worshippers of Barath visited you recently. Little happens around here that doesn't end in the mouths of villagers, but we're obliged to assist everyone, regardless of their faith. A group of women came to us, yes. Their leader wanted to know of Durgun's battery. I obliged and pointed them in its direction. They left as quickly as they arrived, which didn't make us any less concerned about their true intentions. This place's grown dangerous enough already. Leave me be.
Hey.
As you step outside, the heavy wooden door of the temple slams shut behind you. You hear someone borrowing it from the other side. It sounds like the priests have engaged in an agitated conversation. You get the sense that they are discussing you, but you're also certain that the door is too thick to eavesdrop through, although there may be other places nearby where you would stand a better chance. Can't believe this.
Laying low.
How could you? The wooden shutters of the temple's window close tight, muffle a set of voices coming from within the building. You can't quite make sense of the murmur, but cracking a shutter open would likely help. A rusty iron latch holds the window shutters closed. With care, you should be able to unfasten it without being noticed. Listen with your ear against the shutters. You place your ear against the coarse wood. Muffled voices rise and fall inside the temple. It's much too difficult to clearly make out what they say, but you think that something might be learned if you keep at it. Continue listening through the closed panes. You focus singularly on interpreting what little sound you can pick up. A stream of subdued vibrations gradually shapes into coherent forms. You hear a man speaking, his tone agitated. Too dangerous. Who else will? Oh. His sentence cuts, as if the man were speaking to all sides of the room. About what we do here. What then? You recognize Lafta's voice responding. Why would he? And with all those dangers near the battery, our gift bearer won't delay. I expect the man interrupts her. You always expect. Look where that's taken us. A dying village. Ogres at the walls. Ixtilis not back yet, and now I have to do his part. His voice drops and seethes, muffling what he has to say. After a moment, Lafta replies, Do you think I wanted this? That I could have known in advance? A pause ensues, its tension growing until the priestess's voice cuts it in half. We can't wait for him. We must fish out the last batch quickly. After that, we'll decide. The man responds in a broken voice, barely audible. You only distinguish the last words. I'll go. Their exchange seems to end. Cautiously, you step away from the window of Andros' temple. Return. How may the goddess help you? So you worried that your gift bearer is in trouble? How do you... The priestess snaps her head to the side. The vein pulses blue against her pallid temple. No matter. Sooner or later, the village would have found out. Lafta turns to face you. Yes, it's true. We fear our gift bearer may have run into danger. Bandits stalk travelers on the roads and passes around Durgan's battery, and I loathe to admit, but Ixtiel departed carrying offerings to the goddess, and only gift bearers know where to cast these away. Tell me about your gift bearer. Ixtli had business near Durgan's battery. Those mountains are dangerous. If you insist upon carrying out this request of Okrun's, then that's where I'd search for answers. It's hard to believe that only the gift bearer knows where Andros' offerings are cast away. Is it? Our goddess frees us from our earthly burdens. It's best if only one of us knows where they are taken, lest we all end up suffering under their weight. Farewell.
If doubts and curiosity I suspect the answers will seed more questions. She's a goddess, as fickle as they come, and with all the failings you'd expect of an empress and a whore. Too many eyes, too many wants, too much to hold on to. That's the failing of a god. More aspects than words to describe her, like most of them. A god with many nations to oversee, only serves to spread herself too thin.
Although flame rarely crosses twice, so perhaps that is the only truth she embraces. Who knows? Gods get greedy when it comes to fire. Fire is a god's hunger. What are her aspects?
I suspect the answers will seed more questions. Some, shaped for hunt and war. Abidan the Golem. Galawain and his beasts. The latter keeps us honest and awake. The other makes the tools by which we punish those who are not.
Sure.
That's enough, Aaron says. Now I have to wait again. Fish.
Hey.
Fresh fish! Freshly caught! Effigy's eyes! It looks at me!
What did?
Ah!
A dozen pairs of globular eyes stare up piteously from the discarded heads of the day's catch. Awash in pungent seas of fins and innards, left for the fish scarbs. Your hand runs up against something round and fleshy, the size of a melon. It is smooth and scaleless, and part seem to be covered in hair, a discarded head perhaps, but not that of a fish. Pull out the head. With one hand on either side of the head, you begin to lift it out of the barrel. only to have it leap from your grasp as the head's owner brings over the lip of the barrel in an eruption of fish chunks that rain down over the market stall. The man who leapt from the barrel stands facing you, nearly naked save for a loincloth and drizzled in fish viscera. He is covered head to toe in scars, tears and punctures, and the thorny imprints of lashings. Most are faded like old memories. Despite that, the condition of the man's body is remarkable, the drooping skin at his flanks and elbows the only evidence of his advanced age. His face is placid, but the rest of him appears prepared for anything.
You must forgive, Zawa. I was not expecting you.
He looks you in the eye at first, but his gaze drifts now and then, settling on strange parts of your face as though distracted by new discoveries. If he is at all flustered, he gives no indication. What were you doing in that barrel? Zawa scratches behind his ear, dismayed.
Resting my eyes, I thought. Waiting for the Malkachoa to bring me insight.
He shakes his head.
It would seem I dozed. A good thing my master was not alive to see it.
Zawa blinks, leaning in to get a better look at you. His enlarged pupils seem to crowd out his pale irises.
Are you real?
Yes.
Of course. I meant no offense. But I find it is best to ask when Malkachoa is involved.
Malkachoa?
A small white mushroom. I have heard it called snowcap in these lands. It can reveal the true nature of many things.
Oh. Oh, drugs. You have a master, you said? The man traces your inadvertent glances at his scars. He smiles politely.
A teacher, not an owner. Zawa is a free man. Well, as free as any of us.
I still don't understand why you were in that barrel.
I was freeing myself from vanity.
Did he say sanity? Okay, this is funny. Did he say sanity or vanity?
Consider, how can one be vain who is bathed in the smell of dead fish?
I don't know what vain means. Let me check. Having or showing an excessive high opinion of one's appearance, abilities, or worth. I don't know. How do I argue against this?
I had the idea when I passed this way earlier. I am pleased with the results so far.
He smiles at a woman whose head is swiveled toward him as she passes by, a look of revulsion on her face. Distracted, her toe catches on a stone, and she nearly falls on her face. He claps his hands together.
Yes, quite pleased.
You don't seem like you're from around here.
I was visiting a monastery not far from here. I found it empty, but I met a messenger as I left. He carried a call for aid. Seeing that he would find no monks at the monastery, I chose to go in their place. Zawa is no longer young, but in combat he is still the greatest of the Takan people. It seemed only right that he should go.
Those scars are from battle?
From battle, yes. I left them upon my enemies.
He points at various patches of crisscrossing scars.
These were struck against fear. These against pleasure. These against hatred. Those down there against greed and doubt. And these...
He points to his face.
These were for vanity.
You made those scars?
I cannot take credit for all of them, but I did most of the good ones.
His mouth perks.
I put them there in battle to remind myself what is real and what is not. Our worst enemies are inventions of the mind, pleasure, fear. When we see them for what they are, we become unstoppable.
And you have achieved this?
I feel I have been close, but never for more than an instant. In the moment when the pain is sharpest, the world becomes clear. In that moment, I am a match for anyone.
Dalwart hired me as well.
I would not say I am hired. I seek no wage, and I promise no result. I have chosen a path, and my spoils come from walking it.
An uneasy frown settles on his face, almost a wince.
And this fortress, this Durgan's battery, its people are gone. Zawa would know why.
If you seek the White Fort as well, I could use the help of an experienced warrior. Dawa's face tilts upward, his eyes fixing on the sky. He remains motionless, entranced. At length he blinks as if awakening and looks back at you. He shrugs cheerily.
If one wishes to swim, it is no time to argue with the current. We are here together in this moment because a perfect force has willed it. Who is Zawa to argue?
He looks squarely in the eyes. And for once, they do not drift.
I will walk with you so long as the gods wish it so.
Let's be on our way. And you will be put on the bench.
Hey.
New companion acquired. I want to visit the hot springs. Nothing.
What do you suppose that bally thing is?
Who puts money in a rat's nest? Maybe the rats themselves.
It must be soon. 2 days, no more.
This dwarf is busy staring into the fire, slowly puffing away on his pipe. As you greet him, he visibly startled and his pipe clatters to the floor.
Sorry. Didn't hear you come in. My ears aren't what they used to be.
He stoops, wincing, to retrieve his pipe. When he rises again, he has a hand against his side. Who are you?
I'm Thiersch. I've lived here long enough that Kith have started calling me the Old Hunter. And that's about all I can say for myself.
Are you hurt?
Wasn't the ogres, I can tell you that. Put a few arrows in one of those and they generally have the good sense to back off. But I've been hunting this wolf for near a year now. A man-eater. Cunning, nasty thing. Every time I get close, it just slips away. The beast has already claimed many lives. The first victim was my son, Saldren.
That's unfortunate. I apologize for your loss. Thiersch looks down at his pipe for a moment, features hardening.
Got the better of me this last time. Distracted me long enough for one of its kin to turn up. Nearly bit me clean in half. I'm a few weeks out from trying again.
You said this thing is a wolf?
No ordinary wolf. A monster. This creature is big. And I see the signs it leaves behind. The mess it made to the last couple of hunters and the elk. Doesn't always finish its meals. Damn thing might be sick. Might have a bullet in its jaw. Something. In any case, it needs to be put down.
Where is this beast?
It roams the russet wood out to the west. Seems to have decided the lake is a good place to find prey. Yeah. It's picked off some scattered ogres from time to time.
Wow.
But mostly it's been going after hunters. Travelers.
Can you tell me about your previous encounters?
Nothing to tell. Near misses, all of them. One time he clambered right up the cliffs to avoid my snares. Another time, he chased a bear into my camp. I nearly had him once. I could hear him below, eating, and I had the gun aimed right for him. Until the wind changed. He charged headlong into the tree to get at me. Nearly knocked me off my perch. And when I righted myself, he was gone.
I'll keep an eye out for it.
It needs doing. But I warn you, This beast is not to be trifled with. It must make its lair somewhere to the west. If you mean to go there, keep your wits about you.
Okay.
Watch yourself on the mountain. In these lean times, everything looks like prey to something.
I have some questions.
Coming to your elders for advice, is it? What can I do for you?
Eldor said I should talk to you before I head to Longwatch Falls. And good thing you did. Hot springs north of the road are crawling with Lagufeth. I'm surprised Theodore found himself out there. The thing to know about Lagufeth is that they're fast, tolerant to cold too, so try another angle of attack. Something seems to occur to him. He pats his pockets, clenching his pipe between his teeth. These will come in handy. Use them if you get in true trouble. He hands you a few sealed bottles. The old hunter looks you up and down, puffing on his pipe. Nice. If I'm being honest though, I'd say those beasts are still going to be a challenge for you. I know you held your own against those ogres, but it might be wise to wait a spell before taking on these Lagufeth. He taps his pipe ash into the fire pit. What can you tell me about Stalwart?
Well, I can tell you it won't be here much longer if things go on as they are. With the mines closed, we've lost what put us on the map in the first place. We're losing people every month. Too many mouths to feed and not enough to support them. Even the game's dwindling. I've been lucky. I've hides and horns enough to keep the traders happy, but now the ogres are picking the rest of us off.
What can you tell me about the ogres? Only that they've been coming down in force again and again, trying to drive us out or kill us outright.
The moment we started looking into Durgan's battery, it was like we'd kicked a hornet's nest. You made a good showing against that last group, by the way. I think you've given them reason to think twice about coming back.
Why is the hunting so poor?
It's been a colder season than usual, and the elk herds aren't faring well. We're stuck fighting with the ogre clans and the wolves over what's left, not to mention the occasional beast. We've lost a lot of young hunters.
Has the legacy struck Stalwart as well?
It has. We had some hope in the early days that we'd be spared, isolated as we are. That hope died in a hurry. Not everyone's been so unlucky, of course. You'll see a few pampered sprats around.
Treating them like precious stones won't see them grow up any faster, if at all. The sudden sorrow in his features belies his soft laughter. You must have some interesting hunting stories.
Long hours checking snares and waiting out elk, mostly. Used to hunt some of the big ones. Bear, stelgare. But up here, it comes down to necessity. Which means keeping Stalwart fed, or else keeping it safe. Thing is, the last hunt didn't go so well, as you can see.
That's all the questions I had. Farewell. Where else should I go next? A wagon. I want to visit a wagon. Exceptional hunting bell. I want this. I am poor. Help. Oh, I had a healing spell this whole time? Okay.
Hey.
Want to pick up some weeds, or I mean herbs. Oh, rail tracks. Hammer and chisel. Oh, what's in here?
Perhaps I should wait outside.
Fishery's closed for the night. I see. I should come back later. Is there no inn I can visit here? What the heck is that? Jerky. Jerky. No.
Hey. Hey.
Feels like it's hardly worth putting the huts back up.
Better than standing out here shivering.
Hey.
Are you kidding me? Darn it. Why do I always max out on camping supplies before I find random camping supplies?
They gone? Have those nasty brutes finally left? I heard the ogres outside, tearing down walls and murdering folk. Don't remember how things got this bad.
The elderly woman kneads her hands. Her knuckles are swollen knobs and her palms are ridged with calluses that scrape and rasp as she rubs them together.
But you're the new adventurer. Renengild's latest volunteer.
She squints at you, leaning precariously forward on her wobbling legs.
A real spitfire, she told me. Bet you'd whip those layabouts at the mine into shape.
I'd like to ask you about something.
Did you say something, dear?
Tell me about yourself.
Me? I was the overseer at the mine, back when it was running. Got shut down decades ago when we couldn't sell or ship the stuff. But I still remember plenty about the mining business. And I got as many folk as I can digging out the entrance.
She taps her head, a spotted dome under a thinning patch of hair.
Been praying to the salty wench that I don't forget too much afore they finish the job.
That's all.
Got to speak up? My hearing ain't what it was.
Leave. Okay. I want to go to Wrestlewood first.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I must gather my party before venturing forth.
Of course.
They shall see nothing while I see much.
Nope.
Aye?
Who has a domination ring? Where did it go? Major spellbind, dominate, resolve. Why can't I use it? Maybe I should give the ring to someone else. Where did this ability come from? Wait. Oh, this one. Oh, don't tell me I need to rest first before I can use it. Well, we'll just have to remember to test it after we rest. Oops. Where's my antelope?
Your thoughts must flow deep.
Oh gosh, she's going down. Attack.
Hey.
That was terrifying.
And what does the flame reveal?
Huh?
How may I help? Yes? Yes?
Where are you going?
How may I help? Arthek Worthen Roth!
Oh, that's a lot of beetles. Right, no, wait, stop. Nice. Oh, this beetle got blessed. Kill it fast.
Hey. Hey.
Keeping quiet.
This wolf lies in the snow, panting with exhaustion and pain. An arrow has pierced its foreleg, jutting gruesomely from the animal's flank. The wolf growls softly as you approach, tail between its legs. Examine the wound. Perception. The wolf appears to have crossed a hunter's path. A silver arrow just juts from the wolf's right foreleg, embedded a short distance into the limb. Even so, you suspect that trying to remove the arrow without knowledge and care could provoke further injury. Leave it alone.
Hey.
I'm curious what would happen if I try to pull out the arrow. Nope.
Hey,
Looks like I need to get Field Tri-Edge in the next level up.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not.
So
Brave thou feel.
not too late. Cancel that. Knock this Feral Druid down. There we go. What the heck was that? Where did this stun come from?
My mind.
Hey.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Hunter's camp. Turkey. Delicious food.
If secrets whisper here, I shall listen for them.
That's unusual.
This yellow piece of parchment shows a rough drawing of a cluster of trees, but little else. They could be anywhere in the White March. I'll take that. Oh darn it, where did it go? I lost it. Darn it. There it is. Oh, I can't move it out of the stash, huh? This cracked wooden staff is nearly buried beneath the frost and snow. To your senses, the gathered essence shines like a beacon. Examine the area. This camp is long abandoned, and what remains is buried beneath a layer of ice and snow. The staff seems to be the sole item of note. Touch the broken staff. You reached out with your watcher's senses and feel this drifting soul surge forward as if eager to be heard. A feeling of fear and urgency ripples through you. Here, across the distance spanned by time and identity, you know only that you are out of time. Did you think you...
Did you think to escape me by climbing a mountain? I would have tracked you across the sea, thief.
Please, Master, have mercy. I kept the grimoire hidden safely away, and I can take you to it.
The book is nothing. If you had studied a little longer, you might have learned that. But no apprentice of mine will steal from me and live.
Wait, no!
Oh, so I guess the tattered map is for the grimoire.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very.
What the heck are those? Run.
Sea, which is
Knock this guy down. You too.
not.
Oh shoot. Knock him down again. Where are you going? Oops. You cast a spell. Parents, where are you going? Your party needs you.
Feels
Oh, why are you engaged in melee? Oh, yikes. Help him. And he's down. Darn it. This ice troll still alive. Never mind. How's this guy able to get back up?
Your will, Watcher.
Hey.
Yikes, twisted ankle.
Hey.
More camping supplies, of course.
If doubts and curiosity plague you. What? If doubts and curiosity... Huh. I suspect the... What? If doubts and... She's a god... I suspect the...
Hey.
How do I complete the Trials of Durance? I don't understand.
Nice and slow.
Gently with the fingers, they're the best part. I don't want a slow smile creeps across her face as at your approach. The other men and women turn to look at you, their mouths filthy with blood and goblets of flesh. Why, hello dear handsome. What brings you to this part of the russet wood? I'm just exploring. Oh, how nice. She's staring at you intently now, and doesn't appear to have heard your answer. My. You look absolutely mouth-watering. She licks her lips. I don't want to fight you. Good, we'll kill you quick. You won't feel a thing. Of course.
Brave.
Why can't I control Aloth? Oops. Oh, he's been charmed, I see. Is there something that protects against charm? I can't find anything. Immune to domination. Oh. I'm a fool. I should have summoned dragons instead. Can I summon skeletons as well? Oh no, I cannot.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey. I shall be discreet.
A good thing the other ogres did not get pulled in.
Yes? Arthek Worth and rough! You're not getting through me. Deal with this one.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is...
Faye, you're worse than Aloth. Arthek Worth and Roth!
Following your lead.
What? What? I'll let Margaret's fire bless this.
Leave it to me! Hey. Hey. Hey.
Galfilathili.
How may I help? Arthek Worth and Roth! Hey.
There's a lesson to be taught.
Roak.
That's it. Got him.
Hey.
The three of us should be able to handle one bear. Unfortunate last words. I am very sad.
Hey. Hey.
Run. Oh shoot, you're too fast. Let's see if I can dominate this person. Oh no, it's per rest. I should put it off until later. Knock this guy down. You also try and knock this guy down.
Hey.
What happened here, dang?
Don't fear for me, Watcher.
They shall see nothing.
I may be
while I
large,
see
but
much.
walking the coals has made me light on my feet.
What's that supposed to mean? A group of elves stands in a scattered ring around an ogre, but they do not appear to be engaged in battle. The ogre is bound with rope, and one of the elves tug harshly on the line tied around the ogre's neck. This is pointless, beast. You won't get anywhere being stubborn. The ogre only snorts angrily and pulls back on the rope. Two other elves prod him somewhat timidly with their poleaxes. The ogre does not budge. Hey, Vamrel, one of the elves has turned to look at you. Motioning at the man occupied was the ogre. The elves turn to look at you, hands falling to their weapons. Vermeil gives a final sharp yank on the rope before he turns as well. You're a long way from home. Oh, we'll be further from it still tomorrow. Just picking up some help along the way. He looks up at the ogre. What are you doing to that ogre? This creature will accompany us to Weisstrond. We've had some trouble on the roads, but having an ogre along should put an end to it. I purchased him from some slave hunters, not far from here, looking to recoup their expenses, I expect. Not sure he's worth quite so much coin. Punch the nearest elf. You aim a solid punch at the elf's face, but the blow only sends her stumbling a few steps backwards. We're under attack. She draws her blade, and the other elves turn toward you. As they heft their weapons, the bound ogre takes advantage of the commotion and holds backward, tearing the rope free of his captor's hands. With a triumphant roar, the ogre pulls apart the bindings on his arms. Stop that ogre, but don't damage my property, and bring me that fool's head. Oh. Well, I'm out of here. I'm not sure if this was the right thing to do, now that I think about it.
Hey. That's it. Let's go.
That's not very helpful.
Yeah, I think I made the wrong choice.
Of course.
Another elf whispers something in Vemril's ear. Vemril's eyes brighten. Ah, not so fast, here, beast. Let's see what you can do. Oh. Now this is more like it. Oh, I charmed too many of them.
Following your order.
Oh, the ogre's on my side now.
Hey.
Knock you down. Knock you. Oh dang. That guy's been uncharmed. What do I do? Oh no, not again. Oops, no. Attack.
Your thought.
Here we go.
Yes?
Let's go. Hey.
Might as well use some of these abilities. Oh wow, that's useless. Wonder what this does. Still not sure what it does, huh? A fine Equipus. I assume it's better than a regular Equipus.
Hey.
Hey. Hey.
Oh shoot, I was muted this whole time. Or am I recovering from the ordeal? It should be Adar who should be recovering. You let a few minutes pass to recover from the ordeal, and then you are ready to inspect your findings. The chests are marked with symbols of Andhra. You grab one of them and pry its lid open to reveal its contents. Inside, all you see are rocks. You shake the surprise off and grab another chest. The same results greets you after opening it. More rocks and nothing of value. Something is assuredly amiss. As proof of your findings, you take one of the empty chests with you. I smell a conspiracy.
I shall be discreet.
Shoot. hurry up and cast that spell.
Aye?
There we go. Knock this fool down. Attack everything and everyone. Hireling payday. Today wages paid 900 CP. Well, that's good to know in the middle of a fight. Knock this guy down. Whoa. Why is my antelope on fire? Oh, what? How did he die? Severe burn. Thanks. I'm terrible at this game, huh?
Keeping quiet.
What the heck are those? Ice Blight.
Hey.
Oh, they're immune. Oops. Oh shoot, that's a lot of those things. The thing I came prepared was fireballs. Lots of fireballs. Burn them all to a crisp. I love Fireball.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Brave thou shalt not believe. And what does the flame reveal?
The teeth marks upon the deer bones suggest a large predator. You spy a tuft of fur caught on the shrub. You recognize the scent of a wolf.
Hey.
Oh, who is that? Speed. This simple shrine is covered in a thick layer of snow. Fallen leaves and feathers, a pair of curving bones flanks the altar. Examine the altar. The shrine does not appear to be frequented very often, though traces of old candle wax line the edges of the stone. Under a dusting of frost, you note a rectangular section of the altar surface that seems to be cleaner than the rest, as if someone once rested here. Touch the altar. You feel a tingle run up your arm as you set your fingers to the altar. In the instants after, the wind seems to die down, the sounds of the wilderness growing muted to your hearing. Then you hear a sudden low growl, quickly joined by more. A vision strikes you like a sudden memory, though it is unbound by time or place. Within a sea of darkness, you see a great beast, harmless save for its gleaming fangs. It growls and snaps with increasing desperation and savagery, and for a moment you feel its rage as your own, a possessive fury that tears at you. Suffering has been taken, your territory threatened, and the price for it will be blood. The vision fades just as swiftly as it came. The altar stands silent and still, and the air fills again with the occasional trill of birdsong.
Hey.
There's two caves in this area. Let's go in this one first. Grieving Mother, what are you doing?
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Standing tall amongst the wolves inhabiting the cavern, this creature turns to face you as you venture forward. Scores of wounds and scars riddle its hide, and one dull eye stares out blindly from its skull. It growls a threat as you approach, one echoed by its fellows. Wherefore, you know this half-wolf for the spirit-shifted form of a druid, though you see no gleam of kith intelligence was in its gaze. At the creature's feet lie two villagers, one heavily wounded, the other holds an arm across his stomach, and he looks up at you with pleading in his eyes.
Help! Please help us!
As the beast turns its head back towards the hunter, you sense a strange aura emanating from it. It is as if its hide were holding in a tempest of soul essence, fierce and all-consuming as flame. Reach out for the beast's soul. It takes little effort before this beast's soul threatens to overwhelm you with its intensity. Wrath and hunger buffet you on all sides, until you reach through the storm to find a small, blurred, dimmer pulse of light, and are swept headlong into a memory. The chill bites into your cheeks, and your lungs burn a little from the run. You look down at the wooden carving in your hand, and run your thumb along the edge of the carved bear's spine. The totem has already brought you luck. You found 2 rabbits in as many snares, and that's a rare enough feat these days. You're certain now that this was a gift from Galawain, that you were meant to find it on that lonely shrine and take it.
Soldier.
Your father's voice snaps you. Oh no. That this is the hunter's son. Your father's voice snaps you out of your reflections, and you rush forward to rejoin him beside the campfire. You brandish the hairs and caught a glimpse of a rare smile under his graying beard, but the smile disappears almost immediately as a shadow falls over you both. You feel the rush of the wind a moment before the log comes crashing down, and roll out of the way just in time. You hear your father cry out in pain. Somewhere nearby, both the hairs and the totem slip from your grasp. You can feel power surging within you. Your heart thunders in your chest, but instincts pull your senses to order. And you feel the familiar stretch of limbs, the sudden dizzying shift in height, but something is wrong. Your senses are fading rather than growing stronger. There's a howling in your head like a screaming chorus, and everything in you shrieks for you to bite, to tear, to eat. The memory slips from you, and when you come back to yourself, the beast is shaking its head as if to clear an itch, clawing at its ears. Soldrin? The creature snaps and snares, evidently uncomprehending. It edges toward the nearest hunter, even as it watches you balefully with its single eye back away.
Wait! Don't leave us here, please!
What do I do? What happens if I leave and go back in? And you're dead.
Of course.
Oops. Darn it.
Your thoughts.
Where are you going?
Your thoughts flow deep.
Oh no. What am I going to tell the father now?
Hey.
Yeah.
I could go for some shut-eye about now.
Bless you, stranger. We'll make our way back to the village. I thought we were done for. Yikes, I couldn't save the...
Of course. Hey.
I am upset. Because I couldn't save the Zogren. Oh, what the heck is this image?
I'll see what I can find.
There's one here who deals in visions, dreams. I feel her mind near mine.
That's it.
Hey.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Oh gosh. I'm not a good boy.
Hey.
There's too many of them. Whoa, why is Alaf close to death?
That's it!
Following your lead.
Leave it to me!
Boom. I will be right back. I've returned.
Hey,
If secret...
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment. I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
I should probably rest up. The morning is cold and silent. You are upon the plateau of the Birthing Vale, and there is no sound, no wind. The sky is smooth, mortared gray. The forest beneath the plateau nothing more than a jagged black silhouette. Even the rock, the Adra around you, feels colder. The sun's warmth fled from it. Against the cold black drop of the sky, you see the great Birthing Bell hanging from its arc of Adra. Its surface is tarnished, and the shadows inside the bell are dark still. It seems to press down upon you, or simply, sadly, watching, as if standing above a grave formed from the table of the plateau, and the remains of the mother's womb that now covers its surface. And there is something heavy in your hands. It breathes, gurgling, slick and wet, yet that is all it is. You find yourself filled with fear. You don't want to look at what you are holding. You don't want to touch it with your mind, and it is all you can do not to cast it from you. Examine what lies in your hands. The mass before you is vacant, flesh in the shape of a newborn. Bubbles of saliva bunch at the mouth, expelled by its steady, gurgling breath. Its arms, legs, head lolling, limp. No thought, no struggle, no desire to cry in protest or pain. There is nothing from within. There is an absence in your hands. Your hands tremble, shake, and the silence is broken as the chimes on your wrists echo with the trembling. And the chimes do not echo in the thoughts of the mass in your hands. There is no soul within to hear it. Reach out with your thoughts. The only emotions blanketing the plateau are the pain of the mother. The child breathes, its heart beats, but it makes no cry. The child feels light, empty. There is no joy in it, no fear, no thoughts at all. Yet it is, in the hollows inside it. It breathes, a thing of habit, no life, not life. You cannot move. Your trembling has subsided, and the birthing chimes on your wrists are as still as the child. The mother is crying, eager to see, begging to see the child. You feel a sudden spike of fear, of being hunted. If you give the child to the mother, then you will be blamed, and her anguish and rage shall fall upon you. She will not spare you or anyone you love. Of this you are certain, though you did not cause this. You don't think you caused it. And the mother begs, her arms outstretched, and her the child. The chimes sound once more as you give the child to its mother, and as the chime fades, there is the eager gleam, the welling joy, the questioning, and you draw upon it deeply, letting the hope stream into her eyes, letting her ears fill with the cries that you have heard countless times pass from other children on the bell. You hear the laughter in the mother's voice, and streams of tears that run down her face, and with a practiced motion, you weave of life that will never be into her eyes and thoughts. She will care for the child as if it were whole until you set her free. She won't care for it until you find a way to heal what has happened, until the reality cannot be dispelled anymore. And still, cradled beneath the weeping woman that birthed it, the child in her arms does not hear the cries of the mother, does not react. It is an empty thing that breathes and carries nothing within it. And the chimes on your wrists lie still. They are bound to you like chains, never to sound inside a newborn's mind ever again. Wake up.
Your mind comes bare.
I saw a hollow born at the birthing bell. The grieving mother's head bows, and she raises her hands, cradling them slowly so the chimes do not sound as she moves them. You feel a chill in the air, as if the vault of your mind is growing, too large for the thoughts within. and your breath is laced with a chill. To your horror, you hear her breathing ragged, hacking, but strangely steady, and you can see saliva bunching at the corner of her lips, becoming thick ropes of drool that cast themselves down her chin. There is the smell of blood in the air, new, wet, and the salt, sharp tang in your mind. Coupled with this is the smell of sodden undergarments cloying at your senses. Take her shoulder, try and steady her. Stepping forward, your hand falls on her shoulder, and then you feel her begin to fall, rigid as a falling stone, and you place your other hand on her shoulder to steady her. Throughout, there is the hard, steady breathing. Her clothes are wet. It is as if she is burning with fever beneath her tangled hair, and beneath her threadbare robes, as if she is giving birth. With a slow hissing intake of breath, her head rolls back on her shoulders, her eyes pressed tightly together like the lids of a newborn. Yet past the lids, you can feel the piercing stare, vacant, cold. Horribly, you sense nothing from her, not a thought, like the hollow-born you held in her memory. You know it. If you try and pull away now, she will vanish into herself, and vanish from your thoughts perhaps forever. And you have a terrible feeling that whatever connects the two of you will be cut. She is as helpless before you as a child, and you search your thoughts for a way to coax her into you. Imagine the cries of the newborn from the first memory when you met. She jerks slightly before you, then her head tilts, and the steady breathing breaks, and she gives a racking cry.
I thought it was my doing. I thought that I had stilled it with my thoughts. The child. It was just a child. What was done with it?
I do not know. I think you helped give birth to the child, then gave it to the mother. Oh, you helped give birth to a hollowborn, yet you made the mother think otherwise. Her breathing is steady again, but there is a life in it where there was not one before, and her emotions are building in her. Apprehension, confusion, welling up. She seems afraid to do more than simply be aware the memory is there.
It was not the last hollowborn on the birthing bell, and never again did I hear a child's cry.
You have found a death within me, one that many women have borne within them. The worlds swirl with impulses and weight, spiraling around her, and you feel as if you are being dragged into it. I sought to serve women in need, and instead, my hands ushered no new life. What happened next, I bear the responsibility for. What happened next?
The first birth was the deepest, the saddest. Nothing I could do could find the child's spirit, guide it to him.
You feel a strange absence between you, as if your thoughts are being shared across a great distance. The thought bleeds out for a moment, then returns, sharp, near, personal. I could not understand what had happened, what I might have done. I feared no, I could not dwell on that thought. The child was always there, always a reminder of what had happened, a marker. I made her care for it. I made them all care for it, until I could find what had gone wrong. But the Hollowborn, it wasn't your doing. It happened elsewhere.
Little word of the outside world reached us. It was enough time for rage and pain and grief to guide hands. I feared what would happen to the children, what would happen to me. Every mother knows her womb may shed a stillborn, but these cold, soulless creatures, the parents wouldn't have understood, and fear of the unknown breeds violence.
What happened then?
I held their minds within mine. I shaped and guided them as long as I could. With each passing day, each new birth, the strain grew. And the more I felt my control slipping, the more I focused my thoughts. Eventually, even I succumbed to the power of my own illusion. I'd woven the threads so tightly that I could no longer see through them.
And then one morning, I heard funeral bells tolling in the village. Those sounds of wailing rose through the mists. A mother had died, her mind so focused on the care of her hollow-born child that she neglected even to feed herself. And with that, the illusion broke. The townsfolk saw their hollow-born the way they were, not the way I wished them to see. By the end of the day, they'd begun to look at me differently too. I did not understand what had happened, but I knew enough to flee, and every suspicion that surfaced, every faded memory of what I'd done, I pressed it down, tucked it away. She feels cold, lonely, rigid. My skill failed me, but I did what was necessary. I regret the mother's death, but how much worse would it have been had I not acted? You inflicted your will on the townspeople. That was wrong.
They would have killed the children. I had no choice. The matter was too great to seek permission, so I made them believe their children lived whole and healthy, until there were too many children, and the protection crumbled.
The right thing is not always easy, and yet if we can redeem the lost children of the Deerwood, our struggle will be worth it. The grieving mother's mind is silent and still for several moments. She lets your words wash over her, seeping into the cracks in her own mind, in her own thoughts.
My actions only caused more misery. Worse, I took from an entire village, made them as empty and helpless as the children I sought to protect. But you feel it was right to hold and direct their minds, even knowing the cost?
Wait. A fresh and innocent life is valuable above all things. Yes, it was worth
A
it.
melody, brief yet sweet, a fragile thing to cherish while it lasts. A short turn of the wheel, but a turn all the same. Your words have soothed my mind in ways I did not expect. I thank you, Watcher, for the gift of your sight, for using it to guide me out of the prison of my mind. Let us hope it can also free you from the illusions Theos has woven around you.
I want to choose different dialogue choice.
Your mind I thought it was my duty. It was the first little word They would have killed. My actions only caused. But what then? Is it better to stand by in the face of tragedy? To let it wash over the world, a hungry tide?
Forcing your will on others is an injustice. How could anything but tragedy come from it?
I did not see it as such. I sought to weave a cradle with my mind, but it became a prison. For the village, and for me, your words have soothed my mind.
Okay, that's the way I wanted to
There's
go.
no accounting for taste.
Brave thou not believe.
All right, then. I wonder what this is.
That was close.
Yes? Hey. Nice and slow. Hey.
Light, flame, and sound.
Hey.
Huh?
How may I help? Ah, thank you. That rock.
Oh my goodness, there's a lot of enemies. What's that ogre doing?
Yes?
Oh, this is per rest, huh?
How may I help? I shall deal with this.
Oh, shoot. Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Let's go. Face snow.
Of course.
Peace. Pretty nice.
Hey.
Someone else should have the wand. This man needs potions.
Hey.
If secrets whisper here, I shall listen for them. If secrets whisper here, I shall listen for them.
Aye? Arthek Werther! Arthek Werther Rock!
Brave Dalfila Thilim.
Right now, plus our armor first. Wait, where are you going? What? Banged us a short arm.
Follow your brave. Dalphilon.
That's it! Rally, let's leave some
Yes.
Got him.
Hey. Hey.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment. Hey. Yes? I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment. Hey.
Always get field triage.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Hope there aren't any more traps. When do I get a cannon of my own? Go up to the battery and take one, same as the rest of us.
Arthek Worth. Arthek Worth and Roth. You're not. Getting through me.
Oh shoot, Aloth. But I deal so much damage.
Your thoughts must.
Deep indeed.
Following your lead.
This guy down again. There we go.
Let's go.
Hey.
Braved out.
Green kill.
Hey. I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment. Hey.
Margren's fire casts light in dark places. And what does the flame reveal?
Nope.
Arthek worth. Arthek worth. And rough.
Whoa.
That's it.
Knock this guy down.
How may I?
Stand. Still.
This ogre has so much health. What the heck?
Of course. Hey.
Lake. In here?
Keeping quiet.
Yes?
Attack him.
Yes. Aye.
I love curses because the enemy is already dead before this arcane assault finished.
Hey.
What the heck is that? Round thing. I don't like it.
That's it!
My mind feels sharper.
And those cannons deal so much damage.
I'll see what I can do.
My thoughts will be as silent as my feet.
Hey. Hey.
Sweet camping supplies. I always like camping supplies.
Hey.
Hello? Hello?
Digging all day. Oh, if you're tired of digging, I can help you. You don't need to talk to dig, so shut up.
How may I help? Arthek Worth. Arthek Worth and Roth.
My mind feels.
Leave nobody behind.
Of course.
The world around you blurs and fades to black. When your vision returns, you find yourself in a small wooden hut, its interior dimly lit by the embers in a nearby fire pit. You're wearing mail armor several sizes too large for you, and clutched in your hands is the ivory horn of some sea creature, one end sharpened to a point. What are we going to do, Gorodo? Your sister, Kaita, huddles near you, her wide eyes fixated on the hut's door, which has been barred shut. The door shudders and splinters beneath heavy blows. Coming from the other side, enraged growling can be heard just beyond the door. All at once, the world halts around you. The pounding stops. Wooden splinters from the door hang suspended in the air. Kaita no longer trembles, no longer breathes, her eyes fixed in place like a doll's. The wisp of essence you had followed to this point in the memory has dwindled to little more than a faint trail. However, you find by concentrating on what might have happened next, you are able to sense whether it truly did. They hover beside the door. No sooner does your mind touch on the possibility that the world lurches back into motion and a thunderous impact strikes the door crashes inward as the young girl screams. A large creature, resembling a bear and taller than any man in your tribe, steps into the hut with a triumphant roar. It doesn't notice you crouched beside the door. Stab the creature from behind. You plunge your horn deep into the creature's back, and it howls and thrashes in agony. Python dodges past the creature and flees the hut, and you're not far behind. The roars of the creature fade. Is that how it happened? It's been so long, hard to remember. I had the vision when I picked up a horn, part of a helm apparently. A helm. Yes, my helm. I remember it. But who was I? Why haven't I returned to the wheel? Maybe if you knew who you were, you would know whether it was time to move on. That helm is all that remains of my old life. If you have found some of me within one piece, perhaps my memories are scattered with the rest of it. Perhaps there is peace to be found in its reassembly. I'll track down the other parts of your helm. Thank you, my friend.
Hey.
Gemstones glitter between the vein of iron ore. They are deeply embedded within the cave wall, and extracting them all intact would require a hammer and chisel, as well as a deft touch. Use a hammer. Oh, wait. Who has the highest dexterity? Grieving Mother does. The chisel keeps slipping from your grip, and your careless hammer blows destroy some of the more valuable gems. Fortunately, you're able to retrieve the rest without any trouble.
Hey.
Are you kidding me?
Nice and slow.
I don't like the look of that, so... Oh, shoot. That path is wired as well.
How may I help? How may I help?
Knocked you back down, you silly.
Hey.
My thoughts will be as silent.
I wonder what this is.
Oh, why did I do that? Oops. Knock this guy down.
Poison!
Hey. All right then. All right then.
Let's compare this to Vedder's current armor.
Hey.
Are you kidding me?
If thou do not believe.
Oh, that's way too many of them.
Fire fills my.
You're not prone. Get back down.
Had some good times.
What? No, you're not going to die.
Hi.
Mind feels sharp as steel.
You're not getting through me. Hey.
Let's camp here.
Hey.
Oh, convenient. Camping supply. Oh. Okay then.
Believe.
Hey.
does it.
Hey.
Drawing chamber key. This key is the size of a large dagger, and it's unusually heavy.
Hey. 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 I'll see what I can find.
That's a lot of skeletons. An icy shaft leads up into the darkness. The walls of the shaft are slick and handholds are few. There's no way to climb up from down here.
Hey.
Are you kidding me?
Your will, Watcher.
Hey.
I'm assuming the key is for this room.
I'll see what I can find.
I think I'm just gonna walk past here. Never mind.
Fish. Sweat. Sulfur.
The ogre matron sniffs at the air, her nostrils as wide and dark as two pistol barrels. Beware, her temper burns hot within her.
You approach the flames that Whisper Clan with the stink of stalwart heavy upon you. You fill our halls with dreams of battle and bloodshed.
A feral grimace parts the matron's teeth. Yet even while her fingers clamp into fists, she watches you carefully. I came to talk on behalf of Stalwart. I'm just trying to protect the village.
What right have cowards and agitators to protection? The villagers spy on our camps and spoil our hunts. They pick us off only to retreat behind their walls.
Old fury rumbles in her voice.
Like a crack in the ice, they spread deeper into our lands with each waning moon. But we'll answer them blow for blow.
The villagers seek the White Forge. They're not after you.
Yet they come with weapons in hand, and mark their passage with the blood of my kind.
Warring black hairs bristle along her arms and neck.
And their strength fails, so they send you to carve a path through the fallen keep.
Lurgan's battery unsettles you.
Of course it does!
Her hot breath hisses between bared teeth. The other ogres scrawl and glare at you. I think you have their attention, Blaze.
It's the diseased carcass of a ruined civilization. It festers with restless spirits and rotten magics. I see.
She roars and clutches her head with wide, long-fingered hands.
Dreams. Hailstones falling like cannonballs from the ramparts. A frozen gale screeching through the tower door.
Her nails plow trenches through her ropey hair and raise a spot of crimson from her scalp. Finally, her growls subside and her breathing slows. She looks back at you with bloodshot eyes.
My dreams drove me to found this clan. Now my dreams tell me that Stalwart's ambition will destroy us.
Dreams often communicate something of the truth.
We believe this too. Every matron earns her place by the power of her visions.
She clenches her fists tightly, her knuckles cracking like gunshots.
And now you'll tell me why you're here.
I heard another adventuring company, members of the Leaden Key, crossed your path. I'm looking for anything they might have found.
The Night Winds whispered this name to me. They found us, clubs and cannons ready. As for what we found on them...
She sighs. Heavy plumes gust from her nostrils.
You may go in peace, but you will give up on Durgan's battery for good.
She lowers her chin to look you in the eye. The cave is silent, but for the rumbling beneath breaths of the other ogres. Until you know what lies in Durgan's battery, your clan will live in fear of a mystery. For several seconds, no one says anything. Durgan watches you while the other ogres watch her. Their hands tense around their clubs and their lips pulled back in toothy grimaces. Finally, her shoulders relax.
Then take the bounty of your foolish predecessors. May it serve you better.
One of the ogres standing near Bergen mutters something in her ear.
Under the circumstances, I'll overlook your slaughter of my clan. You shall have the peace of flames that whisper. For now, I hope your skills are as fine as your words. It is rare that a matron betrays her dreams.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
You may wander our camp freely.
What the heck?
That's not very helpful.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not very helpful.
What?
Hello, worms. Immune? Immune to what?
Hey. Hey.
If secrets whisper here, I shall...
Hey.
Going back out here. Let's leave this place. Leave it behind. I meant here.
Hey.
Where's the exit? I am lost. Okay, yeah, I went absolutely crazy. I'm not sure if this is a road or a river. I don't recognize this location on anywhere on the map. Let's go here instead.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Down tree. I don't see this location anywhere on this map. Am I going crazy? Is it here? I feel like I'm going crazy.
They shall see nothing while I see much.
Hey. Hey.
Oh, I screwed up. Darn it.
Watch yourself. I see. Is it done? Is he dead? You have to understand, to think my son capable of what he did, that was not Saldren. The beast devoured my boy. And so, you did the right thing.
I'm sorry I couldn't get through to him. He was long gone. If there was any way to get through him, I would have found it by now.
Difficult as it must have been, you did what you had to. You've brought me what peace the gods will allow me. This served me well in my younger days, and I hope that it will do the same for you.
Lame.
Hey.
I screwed up big time. Does that mean the wolf is not there anymore?
Huh, that's what I get for asking directions in the middle of nowhere. Say, I don't suppose you've seen any mysterious old buildings in the mountains lately, have you?
Then Moa wears an assortment of bangles, bands, cuffs, and chains of as thick as armor. He watches you with a raised eyebrow and eyes gleaming with mirth. You mean Durgan's Battery?
No, but I've heard that name a lot around here. I'm looking for the Abbey of the Fallen Moon. It's an obscure temple dedicated to Andra.
Why are you looking for the Abbey?
I'm a gift bearer. My job is to gather tokens of things people want forgotten and surrender them to the Lady of Lament. Best place to do that is the Abbey of the Fallen Moon.
What kind of tokens do you take?
Anything that represents a moment or a memory someone wishes to leave behind. Well, love notes, awkward family heirlooms, bad poetry, the kinds of things you want to forget.
I see.
I might be here a while. Half the villagers have never heard of the Abbey, and the ones that have, no one knows where it is. So I'm trying to think of this as an extended holiday in a remote mining village that smells like fish.
I've got business in the region. We could travel together.
You won't regret it. I've got a lovely singing voice.
I like her already.
Achievement unlocked, the gift bearer. I found your chests. They were filled only with rocks. I see. No use in keeping this charade any longer, is there? A group springs into action. The sounds of unsheathing blades fill the room. But we shouldn't act so rashly. He holds a hand up. The thieves keep their weapons pointed at you. We've been pretending, yes, but is it so different from what Andra's priests do? Villagers and travelers give us things they want to forget. We make them disappear. Isn't that the same thing? We aren't murderers, and we'd prefer to be as far away from this cursed place as we can. Lafta gestures at her accomplices. Why make a bloody mess out of this? I'm willing to help you look the other way. She fixes her eyes on you. What do you propose? A simple deal. You keep our little secret to yourself, and we share some of our offerings with you before we slip away. Hextale brought back the dwarf's heirlooms. You can have them too. Wait, what is this supposed to mean? I don't want anything from you, but I won't throw you to those villagers either. She stiffens her back, a benevolent spirit. We won't wait for your mood to change. Her accomplices put their weapons away and begin to gather their belongings. Lafta points to a large chest in the room. Hextale brought back the dwarf's heirlooms. but consider them as a parting gift. The thieves, packed for the road, form a single line like priests on a pilgrimage. Lafta cracks the door open and peeks outside. She signals the thieves to start their escape and gives you one last glance. This time we move out. Oh, this time we move on. The door is closed behind her. Yikes. Did I really get a benevolent point from that?
Hey.
I know where the gift bearers cast your heirlooms away. Did you find them? What of the medallion? I have your medallion. Let's see it. The dwarf draws a wide smile under his bristly beard. Here it is. Urkrun takes the medallion gingerly in his palms, taking care not to smudge it with his sturdy fingertips. Yes, it's her medallion. He smiles and manages to pull his attention back to you. You've done good here today, I swear. If I had a kingdom's treasure to give you in return, I also found your armor. I don't need it. Don't know what I'd do with it. He nods. Keep it. More luck to you. He turns around and walks away, looking not at the path ahead, but at the precious heirloom clutched in his hands. Even so, the stride of his short legs seems filled with confidence.
Hey.
I have money. I think I will end the stream here. Thank you all for watching.